Hello there. Hi, it's me, Scott. We got stuff to do. We have so much stuff to do. It may not be possible. I was thinking about it, towards the end of last week. I was like, sure, we can get 4 projects wrangled in a week for an art show, right? No problem at all. However, whenever I look at the reality of it and realize that it's already Sunday and I have to work all day at a contract job and then also have some obligations at PNCA in some of the evenings, it might not really be tenable, but we'll aim for it. We'll have something, certainly. We'll at least have room with the view because it's more or less done. So in thinking of where to start, this is probably the wrong idea. Probably making a mistake here, but I started playing around with, so I would like to, as part of this, port these things to lightweight render pipeline. However, that's not really in service of necessarily finishing them, which is the actual goal here. But and now that I say it like that, maybe it's a bad plan. But I at least want to try. At least on Strata, I've got it ported to lightweight render pipeline almost, except for the custom shaders. And the thing that's a little annoying is that my shaders are not very complicated, but Unity doesn't ship with just like, hey, here's some skeleton template shaders for lightweight render pipeline the way it does for the standard render, which is kind of annoying because you can't just in the inspector say, hey, give me a lightweight render pipeline skeleton shader and then I'll drop it in. But maybe that's okay, because maybe instead I should try to use the shader editor to do it, because again, these are not very complicated shaders. So I think that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to not spend more than an hour on it. Otherwise, the project is here. It's just we have 2 broken shaders and they're the most important shaders. So yeah, and I had started like trying to do an alternate version. So just let's take a minute to look at the 2 shaders we have to deal with. One of them is all about drawing the layers, and there's a couple of tricks to that. We have the main texture, which is where what we're actually drawing to, I believe, because I think we're just dropping our render texture in there. We have a bump map because we want to kind of bump everything so it looks like it's on brick. We have the mask, which I think is just noise that I made so we could scrub, like, pixelate things kind of in and out. We have color, which I'm not sure why I did that. I guess the mask is black and white. Maybe I did it that way. And then you can colorize the mask here. Reveal is a percentage of the mask, like what our cutoff is essentially. And then, well, those are different things. This is almost like opacity. And then cutoff is where we decide to totally cut things out or not, because it's not grayscale. We're like totally, it's like a 1-bit thing, I believe is how I did it. It's been a while, so I'm kind of relearning this as I look at it. So when we look at it, we grab only the red channel from the main texture, which must mean that I did it in black and white. Mask we're going to use as alpha, and then we're just going to say we want the smaller value of the 2 of these. This doesn't actually make a ton of sense to me. What was I doing here? So min would mean the smaller value of 2 things, but this would be a color. Oh, because it's only 1 channel. Yeah, that grayscale value versus, but why is this a bool? That doesn't, what am I even doing here? What am I even doing? I guess this is a 0 or 1, right? Is this going to map to just 0 or 1? True or false, the bool will be 0 or 1? That's what I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what we're checking. I'm a little confused by this. That's going to be 0 or 1, or the color in the middle. I can't quite remember what my logic was there. Because if reveal is above the mask, we want to use color. That's what it is. If reveal is above the mask, we want to use what's there. But if it's because mask is just like noise, a grayscale noise. If it's below, we want to say get rid of it. Unless there's also color there. Because color could be black and white or grayscale. And then clip is just throwing the pixel away, essentially. -1 or 1, depending on if we're above our cutoff, which I put cutoff in as a variable, but I think we always had it at 50%. So it's like, if we're below 50%, you're off. If you're above 50%, you're on. Color just comes straight from the color that went in. Alpha comes from color, which is confusing, but it's really just what went on here. The red channel is what we're using as kind of our mask. And then the normals are just the normals. So this isn't too crazy. Like recreating this, it's just gonna be a little bit weird. Especially without, well, presumably we can edit this in real time. So what we will need to do, let's make this one's gonna be a PBR graph, so this is gonna be layer. And let's just get it happening. Which we're gonna have a pink blob because this is gonna be, wait, why did that work? Did I get rid of my lightweight render pipeline asset? Did I not save it? Because that should not work. Where is that? Is it in preferences? It's in project settings. The render pipeline stuff still feels not great. Like, still feels a little confusing about where all the pieces are. Yeah, okay. Now we will have pink. And now we need to... I did this already. Where's the thing that's like update project materials? Yeah, this is them all. Okay, so this should be good. We're now in render pipeline, lightweight render pipeline land. It's just going to be bad when I try to paint here. Life is yours, hello. When I add it there, well, you have to add it to the project first. Then you have to add it to your project settings graphics. You have to create a lightweight render pipeline asset, which you do here, like down here, create whatever it is, rendering, lightweight render pipeline asset. And then you drop that in, yeah, edit, project settings, wherever it was, graphics, yeah, lightweight render pipeline. And then you have to make sure your materials are all using the right one. I had problems with that, with the errors from updating a version. So I'm in 2019.1.1 and I had to like delete my package cache and also right click and re-import all from the packages. It was, in my case, I did have errors, but those errors were related to updating to 2019.1.1 because there was something bad. And I actually, in some cases, I think I went into Explorer, went into Library, and deleted the package cache. But my errors, I believe, were TextMesh Pro errors. I don't know that they were lightweight render pipeline errors. Okay, so we're going to have a big pink wall here, which is expected. So this is a layer. Let's just have one big pink wall. All of your errors. I know, where was it? All of your beautiful errors. Yes. This looks extremely broken. This is all in package cache. This is what I deleted. So I had to delete package cache because it was screwed up. Did you update a Unity version, or this is like just bringing it in the first time? You updated a project? Yeah, so after updating a project, I had to go in and delete that package cache folder. And then for good measure, I also right-clicked and re-imported all packages. And then another thing that I did was inside the package manager, try this thing. You can try advanced reset packages to defaults and it will uninstall everything. So I think in my case, after upgrading, I did this reset to defaults, deleted the package cache folder, and then manually reinstalled Lightweight Render Pipeline, and it was okay. There seemed to be some problem, and I saw some forum stuff about updating to 2019.1.1, some package issues around that. Okay, so let's get one pink layer, and what we need to do, we will want to, I don't even know where this is going to be actually. Like, what is my new one going to be called? Shader Graphs Layer, it's called. So this is going to be me being very clumsy and not getting things right. Because I just am not super used to the shader graph yet. But the general pieces we need, I think we can figure out, right? Like color is definitely a thing we need. We know we want color. We know we want a texture 2D that is going to be... Well, it really shouldn't be bump. It should be normal. Have to do something different to make this... The fact that it says bump versus normals is confusing me. But there's not a separate thing. So I'm gonna guess that's where the normals are supposed to go. Okay, we should look at the old shader so we know what's going on. So old shader, we had color, main text, bump map. So just to keep my sanity, let's try to call the things what they were called. Can I rename this? Yeah, bump map. And then mask is also a texture 2D, cutoff is a float. And reveal is a float, right? Cutoff and reveal, both ranges. Which I guess is a vector 1. It's kind of weird. Yeah, cutoff and reveal. Color, main text, button, mask. Oh, that's the old one. Okay. I set this as a slider. Yeah, between 0 and 1, and that's what we did over here. 0 and 1 defaulted to 0.5 on cutoff. And then 0 to 1 defaulted to 1 here. Mask defaults to white. Default to bump there. Main text. We're missing a main texture. Okay, so we're somewhere like kind of doing the thing, right? So I should have materials for paint layer. That's the old guy. So what would be awesome is if I could just switch this and it would just keep all the references. It seems unlikely to me that that will happen, but one can dream. Yeah, I lost all the references. But otherwise it seemed not too bad. So we lost the bump map. The base. What even is that? Oh, we started with the base. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. We just used the base of the wall color and then the mask. Okay, this seems not too horrible. It's kind of a bummer that it didn't keep the references though. Unless that's something about... Oh, so we could probably just rename these. and then maybe it would be okay. Color, main text. The whole lightweight render pipeline world feels, it is out of beta now, but it just doesn't feel quite, I don't know, quite friendly. Doesn't feel quite done as far as being easy to use, especially the stuff we were messing with yesterday where you're adding custom passes. That's cool and is powerful, but there's just pieces all over the place that just don't feel quite connected. Like I feel like there should be, I don't know, it should be a little more contained, a little more centralized. Cutoff, reveal. So hopefully if we do this, then these shaders from the outside should look identical. And maybe then we can go up here and just swap the shader graphs, layer. Cool, it kept our references. So nothing's hooked up, so it's not going to work, but at least it's not totally broken now. Okay, so how does this work again? I don't know. Oops. Like some stuff we just kind of want to go straight through, right? How do I do that? How do I, these are my, so like if I needed to sample a texture 2D and it's normals, and we're gonna bring bump in. How do I get this from here? Oops. Is that texture 2D asset? That's to drop one in. I want to use this. Okay, that's a property. Got it. So if I want that property, so bump map property is going to go in here, and then what's the default bump map going to be? Layer material, probably, right? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so that's good. So now we have bricks. Still confused here though, because we're sticking into. How are we getting our render texture in there? We're setting our main texture is going to be our render texture. So that's what we're going to use for alpha. We're going to sample alpha. Color is just going to come straight from color. So we just need to multiply whatever's going to go here. I mean, we could do this to start with. Just do this. Okay, so that's presumably the color that I was a minute ago. That's this one. Let's get rid of this other one. Okay. So that's good. Now we want to mask this using, actually that's a question. If we can't do clip in here, we're in trouble. If clip is not a thing, alpha clipping. Is that a thing? Oh, there's some set of properties that I don't... How do we get to it? This. Transparent. There's probably another way to do this without it just being clip. So yeah, we want like alpha clipping, which hopefully we can do in here, because otherwise, I mean, if we can't, I'm just going to go back and try to figure out how to do a custom shader with it. Okay, because what do we want to do really here? We want to main texture. We really only want we want to sample texture 2D, but we really only care about the R channel, because we're going to use that as our alpha. Maybe there's some way we can figure this out without doing clip. I don't even exactly remember why I did clip. I don't remember if I was trying to be more efficient. Yeah, transparent cutout instead of transparent. Why did I think that was a good idea? Alpha clip threshold. Because our alpha is just straight up from here, I want to say. I think our alpha just comes straight from whatever's in this channel. That appears to not be true. It appears what I have said is false. No, that's not. We want it from the red channel. That's our problem. Okay. Cool. Except I plugged that into the complete wrong place, didn't I? That's not where that goes at all. We want color to be albedo. We want R to be alpha. And that's just because I'm drawing a black and white image essentially, but that's got to go in some RGB channel, so I'm just using R. There's probably some way that I could set this to just be gray. Maybe we'll do that as a tidying pass. Okay, so now I can paint this. So we're back essentially to being able to paint, which is good. The thing we will not have here is the fading. So this should work. Oh, I've horribly broken that. Cool. I probably broke it because I deleted something manually. Okay. The shadow. Maybe the shadow is why I did the alpha clip stuff. Because the transparency is not going to cast the shadow right. Right. So... how are we going to figure that out? Okay, that's why I did the weird stuff that I did. Okay. So we have normal map. It's okay. We have color. It's okay-ish. The alpha mask is okay. Like, we're pretty close on this, I feel like. Let's see. So, we can paint on the wall, shadows are broken, and the reason is the clip. So, let's look back at what's going on here. Like, if we can do this, then we're good, I feel like, right? Like... The alpha clip threshold, though. I just don't know how to say, like, clip in here. The notion of clip. Because maybe it doesn't exist. Even when I'm in transparent. What's the secret here? What's the secret here? Which one is this? What's this guy? It's casting the shadow on stuff behind it. So reveal means nothing yet. Cutoff means nothing yet. Why is my alpha cutout not working in layer under pipeline? That's what we're missing here. Well, let's add this. Seems to imply that cutoff could be my alpha clip threshold. That was it. I think that was it. I feel like we have a lot of depth here. Our shadows look horrible. I feel like they probably looked horrible before, though, because that's what we get for using the alpha clip thing. So the issue here is there's a difference between a pixel being transparent. So previously we had a big rectangle with a bunch of transparency, and from the shadow casting, from the like lighting perspective of that, the lighting doesn't know that. So even though the pixel's clear, it doesn't care. It's like, oh, there's a big rectangle there, I'm gonna cast a big rectangular shadow. So with the clipping, we're able to sort of throw away pixels that are too low. It's a binary thing. It's a bitmappy thing. It's either there or not, so you don't really get any smooth edges. So we could still play with those shadows to make them a little nicer, or just more subtle at least. They're so swimmy. Okay, so the thing we are missing is our reveal now, where we can scrub through and get the reveal value. So how we were doing that with clip previously. Alpha came into color here, clip check. That's where we just threw stuff away. Maybe we didn't really need to do that. And instead, we need to do a min. Because we need the mask values alpha. And again, mask is just a noisy texture. It's just a bunch of noise. Is that this? And we're going to need to sample that. And save all this stuff. So we should be getting, yeah. So that's going to be some noise. So we want to, our challenge here is to combine the noise. How are we going to do this? It's going to be kind of weird. I feel like this could just be our alpha. We don't really get any alpha at the end. At least not in the shadow. I think I did it. Well, I don't even know. Because we want to say reveal. How can I show this? Is there like some kind of preview node thing? Still learning how to use, yes, preview. We want just the alpha channel here. Okay, here's all our noise. And we want to say... We can try it with that math we had before. So a bool of this and then a clip check of that. That doesn't feel quite right. It feels pretty weird. I knew it. My nephew Tyson's watching, slinking around. I know you're watching me. Okay, let's see here. We need to do what? To know if the alpha cut off, if we're above it. So we don't even need to do this really. The shader's kind of doing that for us. And so what we need to come up with is a relationship between the alpha that we get from here maybe we can do this exact thing. Let's try it. Let's try this exact thing. Which is we're gonna get the mask, which is here. We're gonna do a greater than. We need some kind of math comparison thing here. What was my logic here? We want to say that if we want to kind of cap off reveal. Basically, we want to only show parts of mask that are less than reveal. So this goes all the way up to 1, but we would like kind of clamp it down to gray and then eventually to black. So what is the operation that is going to do that for us? Is that going to be a math thing? Maybe we just want to do a minimum here as well and do the minimum value of this and reveal. And then look at this here. .5, yeah, 0.1 until it eventually becomes black, yeah. Okay, so that'll let reveal squash this guy. And then I kind of feel like we could just multiply that times color. Times this main texture color. Is that crazy? That seems like a thing that could make sense. So we would multiply whatever we're getting out of our noisy friend. I don't think this is quite what I want. I feel like this is not going to work very well, but let's give it a shot. My logic might be wrong on this. I'm just like the whole shadery based world of this is a little weird. I think this is not quite what we want. Yeah, because that's just going to give us... We want kind of the opposite of this. We want anything... When reveal is all the way up, we want to see solid white. So this is like part of the way there. By sliding reveal down, it'll go away, but this isn't really what we want to happen. Like this is almost what we want to happen, but then we want it to go up. So now... We want to say, then we want, let's try this again. So we want, it's kind of a weird one. A giant walking peanut? What are you talking about? One of the things that's like kind of a visual puzzle that it's just hard for me to do on stream. Probably not even that complicated. Let me reiterate what I want. I want to say that reveal is always going to be, at 100% should be white. And then as it goes down, we'll pixelate and get black. And if we did that, then this kind of multiplication would work. So how would we do that? Would we actually want this to be a maximum? Well, but then reveal at the very bottom wouldn't be black. It's more like a threshold thing. So that's more like a step. Because this is not going to be right. This is going to be closer, but it's never going to go to black, I feel like. So it's going to work when fully there. But when you squash down reveal... Wait, it did work. Why did it work? And why does it happen at 50%? Is that how I set up the... But this can't be right. This has to be, I mean, maybe even if this is just like 0.1, if it's up just a little bit, it's weird that it would be that way. This is what I wanted to avoid though. I didn't want actual transparency. That was part of the goal here. Because the actual transparency doesn't make much sense. I want the like cutoff. So we don't want to multiply. We want the max of color. So instead of this here, I don't know. I'm still kind of torn on the node-based shader stuff. It's just I've been doing like, you know, writing shaders for a long time, and so that logic comes more easily to me than trying to figure out how to piece it together. Did I not do this correctly? Sure doesn't look like I did. Well, the max, this would be right, because the max would always be like reveal, essentially. pretty weird one. It shouldn't be that hard. I'm gonna blame it on pollen making my brain not work. Because we really want this to be like a step thing. Like if it's above a certain value, it's going to be one thing, and if it's below a certain value, it's going to be another thing. I mean, maybe that's the way to do this, is just have my reveal be my edge in the step for the sample texture, and then it's going to be all the way black or all the way white with no grayscale. Is this the way to do this? I think I deleted more than I meant to, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, so if the edge is reveal and in is just going to be the alpha from this, this already doesn't look good. So what is this going to be? My alpha? So leave cutoff at 0.5 for now. Okay, I have it backwards, but this is essentially what I want. And then the thing that's just not factored in here is the paint color. Pretty weird. So to get the paint color, we want to kind of do the same thing, I guess. Like bring the edge, we do another edge, and then set the edge at with the, I mean the edge could be, so let's do another step. In this case, the edge could be, do I totally lose my sampler? Oh well. Let's say that edge is the color channel. That's not what we want. We want main texture going into here. Let's get this. Let's put this as the, let's try this as the edge from the R channel to here, and then our whatever our out is from here, and throw that into alpha. So this is totally different logic than what we had previously. Okay, this is almost right. It's just backwards. It's like the exact opposite of what we want. So we need to invert our reveal, basically. So we could say 1 minus this that didn't look right, does it? This still looks wrong. Hit space to open a new node? No, I didn't, but thank you for telling me. Why didn't this work? If reveals is a value between 0 and 1, shouldn't that invert? Is there an invert? Invert colors, inverse LWRP, negate. I don't want to negate. I want to do like 1 minus. I'm not inverting. I want to go. You can't just multiply by. If you have a value between 0 and 1 that you want to invert, you don't just make it negative. You have to do 1 minus that value. which I thought is what I just did here, and it looks like I just did that, but for some reason that doesn't seem like it was actually correct here. Unless I need to do it twice. Okay, let's take this a step at a time. So let's go back to just drawing it. Don't even factor in the color for a moment. Where we are here, and when we reveal, okay, this is backwards, so that's problem number one, is that is backwards. So let's try subtract with this. 1 minus this, come out here. We may need two of those. Okay, now this one is correct. And then we're inverted again here, I guess. One of these two is backwards. That one? That doesn't even seem like it changed. What? Subtract? I have a subtract. It just seemed like it didn't exactly do what I wanted. But I might be doing it backwards. Maybe instead of inverting that, I need to invert this one. I don't know. Probably I should just take a minute to actually think about what's happening here, instead of just guessing. Well, now everything is backwards. Then I could invert this again. I just feel like this is the right result now, but everything is backwards. What if I only inverted that one and not this one? I think this is not correct either. Okay, that is correct. Shadow is woof. Why are you using subtract instead of multiply? Multiplying something times -1 is not the same as inverting its range. Like, if I have 0.1 out of, if I have a value of 0.1 out of 1 and I want to invert that, I want it to be 0.9, not -1. It's a different, I don't want to be -1. I want to be 0.9. I'm inverting its position in a range is what I'm trying to say, not inverting its sign. Maybe there's a different word for that. Okay, so I only need to do it once. We do the step twice. This probably could be more concise, but in general I think it works. Is there a beautify button? Like a cleanup button? I always like that in node-based editors that are like, make beautiful. Magically lay out for me, but this doesn't seem to have that. Wish it at least would like snap to a grid. It'll get there someday, I hope, maybe. Okay, so we don't even need this subtract. So what, just to reiterate what we're doing, we're taking whatever value my reveal is, which is this is a value between 0 and 1, and we're using that with a image that's just noise to get kind of a almost dithery, pixelated value between 0 and 1. We're going from grayscale to bitmap essentially, and then bitmap like 1 bit, like it's either black or it's white. Whereas in this world, we're grayscale. Coming out of here, we're going to be black or white. And then we want to apply that to our black and white image of whatever we've drawn. And step is just a way to say, like, You have a number range. You pick a point in that range. Anything below it is 0. Anything above it is 1. So it's just a way to like. It's sort of another way to bitmapify. I really wish this snapped. So then that's kind of how we apply that stippled range to our color we painted, but our real color that we're actually going to draw is this. The color we painted is really just the alpha. And then we want this is our normal map because that's what gives it the brick texture. And the whole reason that we go through this goofiness is that Unity, at least in, well, even not Lightweight Render Pipeline, with the other render pipeline as well, was not able, you can't cast shadows through transparency. You have to cast shadows through cutoff alpha. So I can't just say like, oh, here's an image and part of it's clear. It'll cast a shadow for the whole rectangle unless you specifically say like, don't even draw that thing. But the don't even draw that thing is bitmaps. So you don't have any faded edges, which is kind of a bummer because that's what I would prefer. But this is, we've essentially created, recreated that shader that we had here. It looks mostly good. In some ways, the edges I feel like look a little better, which is weird. Maybe I do. Am I getting a little alpha? It seems like I am. Which I hadn't really meant to, but I think that's okay. That makes it look more painty. That's just not going to be in the semi-transparent pixels are just going to cast a hard shadow, is the bummer. Like all of these places where we have, I can't quite tell if that's alpha or just dense bitmappy stuff. That kind of looks like alpha. So maybe I wrote this a little differently. I guess I did because we didn't truly use clip like we did before. So, but I'm actually kind of into it because I think it makes the paint look nicer. Just the shadows look like garbage. We can probably work with the shadows. I think the real answer is going to be just like ease up on the shadows a little bit. I mean, hard and soft shadows sort of make no difference here because these are just always going to be hard. Or maybe we just have very little strength, so there's just a little bit of shadow, 0.25, something like that. One of the big changes that did happen in the realm of snapping things, it always drove me insane that the animator, whenever you would add stuff to this, which I can't right now because I don't have an animator, it would not snap to the grid. So they would show a grid, but this stuff, all the sizes of the animation panels didn't fit, and it drove me insane. And I thought it was just one of those things that, because I'm a crazy person, it drove me insane. But part of the patch notes, maybe going into 2018 or 2018, some subversion, they made it where all of the state panels perfectly fit in the grid, which was lovely for me and made my life better. But they have not done that for this, obviously. There's no grid at all. I know, it's ridiculous. It made no sense to me because it's like, hey, we have a grid here, and then all the sizes of the panels were not of the correct proportions to fit in their own grid. It was such a weird, frustrating thing. It's like they did it to make me angry on purpose. Okay, so other than shadows being awful, which they were frankly pretty awful before, this is feeling better. I wonder if there's anything we can do on our pipeline asset about Shadowland. I mean, we could turn on some anti-aliasing, sure. Shadow resolution. I just don't know that this is really gonna improve things because I feel like part of our shadow problem is just a fundamental issue with the way we're drawing. It's kind of weird with the alpha in here. This is, yeah, it's still, something's still not quite, doesn't seem quite right because I thought the way we wrote that we would never have alpha. That we would have, like, didn't we send a, into our alpha, oh, because I did this wrong. This shouldn't be here. This should just be 1. Yeah. So this is back to our hard edges. Which I kind of like the... I don't know. I'm a little torn on that. I mean, this is more where we were. But the ability to have the alpha in was kind of cool, even though it was an accident. Let's think about that. Because that was a total accident. I guess that just means it could never be more... This isn't really the way to do this, I think, is the problem. I'm going to take it out for now and leave it out for now and maybe revisit it. Looks more spray, yeah. But this, I mean, that's not the way that the math should work, really. If I was going to do it that way. I wouldn't want to use a step here. I'd want to use a... What would I want to use? I kind of want to say that anything below... Maybe it's a smooth step? I don't think it's a smooth step. Maybe it is a smooth step. And I would just say edge 1 is still... Because I think a smooth step is, let's see. It's like smooth between the two ranges and then cuts off outside of them. But if one of our edges was just 0, so that would be essentially this, but we would leave 0. Let me think about this. Let's try it with the smooth step. I might be off track on this one, off base on this one. Great, nailed it. I nailed it. Because I said... I need just one squiggle. Too many squiggles. Okay, let's ditch this subtract for now. Let's actually think about what we're doing. We want to say that if you're between 0 and whatever, then smoothly interpolate between those values. This must not be the right idea. Am I undo in here? I don't want to get hung up on this now. But I feel pretty confident there's a nicer way to draw this. But for now, let's just have it working. Yeah, where we could at least get the alpha in. I'm pretty sure we can do that. Crayons? You're all about crayons? Crayons? So somehow things are casting shadows on themselves. That's pretty weird, huh? Why would that be true? Why would you be able to cast a shadow on yourself? That would kind of sound like you're... Transparency was effed. It could also sound like... Oof. Oh yeah, I must be doing stuff where I'm manually bumping up the... Is this the lightweight render pipeline thing? So turning on cascades causes the problem. Soft shadows look a little better, but kind of into the soft shadows actually. That kind of helps with the mess. Okay, well, we have work to do here. Certainly, but in general, this thing works now. Now, the problem is we're kind of rounding up on our like stipply spray paint land. Like it's just too blunt. But I think it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be pretty cool. I don't know that we ever even tried this one in VR. There's definitely some problems. Oof. Some Z-sorty problems, which I thought I handled that by putting things. Maybe I just undid that one. That was part of the logic of forcing additional layers in the render queue. There's probably more to set on there. I'm pretty sure I had set some custom stuff up in the shader in some way. That maybe is lost now with our simplified lightweight render pipeline shader. Yeah, like some Z-sorty stuff. I don't even know how you could adjust that in this world. I feel like those options is like all the options you have. Unless that's something you could turn on. Because I want to say that's something we did. Gosh, how did we do that? Maybe I didn't do it in here. Now the other thing was this stamp. So that was a whole other thing. Yeah, these just look worse than they did before. They're definitely worse. Because these were more legible before. So our current approach is a bad approach. Do I even use the stamp shader? Well, weirdly, why is this one working? Is it because it's just an unlit shader, and unlit shaders are okay in lightweight render pipeline land? Because I didn't change anything, which is nice. Okay, I want to try this in VR. Then maybe we'll move on from this one, even though we clearly got some problems. I kind of can't remember if we ever even did anything in VR with this. I mean, I have a camera here called VR Camera, so presumably I had some designs on doing VR work here, but can I please? Okay. I don't want to open VR. So I'm not entirely sure what I think the interface here is, but I think it's going to be one hand is a paint roller and one hand is a can of spray paint, something like that. True or false? Is that what it's going to be? It'll be something like that, I believe. Okay, let's try some virtual reality. Null reference. What was my null reference? Oh, you probably want a camera, huh? Is this not tagged as main camera? Yeah, well. Oh, because I need a raycast from the... Oof. Right. Nothing's gonna work, probably. Probably. Oh, I've got a giant wall here. I can paint. Kind of. It's really weird though, because I'm like painting by clicking on the screen. Not by actually doing anything, but that's okay. We can figure out how to like raycast from the controller probably. And then when I do this, now I can do this thing. That looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool. The normals aren't looking so hot. I feel like that looked better before. Some of the colors make things look weird, like they're in front of or behind. The edges are bad. We will work on that. Why are normals so bad? It just doesn't really feel right. Is this the cost of lightweight render pipeline land? But in general, this seems workable. Let's stamp some tags. This wall is also huge. So we need to make a raycasty way to draw. Weird. I can trick it by moving the head around. And then it's sort of gaze-based because I'm raycasting through the camera. This is not the way to do this. Okay. Ta-da! And then this whole thing can explode out. Weird. Weird. So the orders of things are not feeling correct at all. Which I thought I had figured out. Like, that brown layer should be on top of everything. But as soon as it comes here, yeah, we're like, something's wrong with my logic as far as what layers are what, I guess. Because that brown layer, I mean, that blue layer should be on top of everything, and it's ending up behind. Which maybe it really is, and it's just I'm looking at it at an angle. Yeah. Like, I want to sort my Z sorting is problematic, and I don't know how to do that with lightweight render pipeline, and maybe I never actually fixed it with the old shader. Change Z test. Unlit master node in shader graph editor. Oh, can I? That's you. This documentation seems not correct. Or this Reddit suggestion. Yeah, shader lab, culling and depth testing. Well, that's just for normal shaders though, but what about the shader graph? I mean, you would kind of think it would be here, right? And this is definitely a problem I've had before. Oh, well. Be an opaque land and still use alpha cutoff? Will that help with our sorting problems? I mean, then we definitely won't have alpha. We can probably get nicer edges, but... So yeah, that could certainly be a thing, is don't actually be alpha. I have to really draw like this, partially with my head. Okay, and then... Yes, so that seems to work. But then we definitely won't get any alpha then. But maybe that's okay. Like, I think we can keep it simple in that regard. Okay, so that is a thing that we did. We now mostly work with Lightweight Render Pipeline. That was kind of our goal for today. Question now is, how long is that? It's been an hour. Question now is, do I keep playing with this one, or do I move on to something else? I kind of want to add raycasty draws to draw from the controllers. And I don't think you'll need to get close to the wall. I think it'll be like, I don't think you actually have to get up close. I think you'll be able to just kind of point and draw, and you get closer if you want more precision, but you can also just, it's just going to be raycast out of the controller, right? So what we will need is some kind of avatar, and it's going to have some kind of camera, and avatar facing the wrong way. I don't know if I actually need to do that. We'll figure it out when I add some hands. What are we gonna call these? Hands, VR hand. VR hand to go with VR camera. So here's what we need. We need using Unity engine.xr. XR? No? And we need like xr.xr node. What's it called? XR node? Like left hand, right hand, whatever. I can't remember. All right. Sounds like a good guess. Yes. So left hand. Oh wait, they added a thing. There's a thing now called a... It's some kind of tracker thing. Oh, it's a new thing. Maybe you have to have a package for it. I forgot about this. XR Legacy Input Helpers. Let's add this thing. So this will just do the stuff for us to like, hey, track a thing for us. Then we don't have to do this, and then we can just have this, whatever it's called. What are they called? ARM models. Tracked pose. Yeah, it's called tracked something, I think. Google ads? What's going on with Google ads? Did you see a Google ad? Did I see a Google ad? Are we being Google added? Oh, no. These are tracking. This is much more nefarious. This is tracking your body. This is tracking your generic XR device controller remote. I don't really know what the, I guess these are controllers. Left controller, rotation to position, update, and before render, use relative. And then right hand. So this should just automatically let me have hands instead of writing the script I was about to write. I don't even know about this thing. I only learned about it very recently. One day life is yours. I'll know everything your body is doing at all times. It'll be amazing. Okay, is that hands? That looks like a hand. No hand. I forgot to put a model on or in the hand, so the hands look like nothing. Let's just stick a sphere in there for now. There was a keyboard deal last night. Life is yours. It was a good one. But it's probably not going to ship. Actually, I think it was a pricing error. Let's see. It was weird. It was the weird Logitech with their weird mechanical switches, but it was $20 for a $150 keyboard. It must have been. So the theory, which is probably true, is that Logitech accidentally, that was supposed to be $20 off and they accidentally made it $20. But I ordered one anyway. We'll see what happens, because that would be pretty amazing. It has to be a pricing mistake. I think they're not going to do it, but it's a pretty nice looking keyboard. I wish it was 10 keyless. But yeah, you could still, I guess, still back order it. In fact, I had to back order it because I was trying to order it in the middle of the night and the site wasn't working. That's so weird. Like some have the right price, some have the wrong price. The tactiles. Right now you could try to get the carbon back order. They're almost surely just going to cancel them all. And cool midnight keyboard deals. Okay, so right, I should have hands. I think it's just going to be probably a problem with the tracking space relative to the head. Do I need one of those on here? I don't think I do, because typically it tracks the head. Like, I feel like it does that by default. But I think the tracking space is not going to be correct. Where is my hand? It's way down somewhere. Is it like below the earth? I can't even tell. Hand? Where? Hello? I don't have enough buttons. Light controller, rotation, don't use relative. rotation to start with. This is not right. There's something wrong here. Like the camera. Should I put these inside? Like if they're relative to what? Will be deprecated in future releases. So I don't need that anyway. I think that's actually doing anything that matters. So, okay, I have a hand. It's great. I'm just like beneath the Earth's surface for some reason. So where's my other hand? Yes, terrific. I have two hands. My clipping plane is too close. I'm so deep beneath the surface of the Earth. I don't know why. Like, I actively have a negative y. Which is pretty weird. Shouldn't this be relative to the ground? I always have issues with this. Are there any other translations? No. Oh, yes. But these are just wrong. And I think they're getting overwritten because I'm not doing relative. What does that even mean? Any documentation for this package? Maybe I should have just written the thing, like I always write the thing. But I kind of don't know how to use these. I don't want ARM models. This is all I get for the legacy input helpers? Check pose. What are you called? Attract pose driver. Cool. But then what am I, how do I do this? What am I missing here? Haptics. Legacy input helpers. How does it work? I mean, am I crazy here? It kind of looks like I'm doing the right thing. And yes, I definitely could have written this and have it work by now, but I want to know how this works. Left controller, rotation and position. I mean, it seems like it's okay, like relative to the head, at least. But the head is not even where I would think it would be. That's a new thing now, though, right? XR settings is a new thing. I don't know where it lives. But that doesn't have anything to do with, yeah, like how tracking works. We didn't change anything on our, like, hello, dude. None of that stuff changed. Like, I want head. Track pose driver is kind of our only choice here. Head. Let's know what this thing is. What's a base pose provider? What does that even mean? It's gonna freak out because it's gonna be trying to track the head in 2 different ways. I mean, I'm still beneath the surface of the Earth. Even up at full height is essentially at 0. Is this like because my headset's not set up? We don't have any weird Y stuff. We do have some rotation. I feel like this is just redundant. I don't feel like this really doing anything for us. So we scale down here. So why is head defaulting to 0? I feel like I've encountered this before, and I just don't remember. That's what I need. Do I need to set this? Can't. How do I actually set this? Oh, is that a question that you asked? Oh, I can't set it. Well, why would that be true? Why would the... Because that's... So like if I'm just in menu world, it knows. If I'm in Oculus menu world, so it knows my height from the floor, so why is Unity not getting that? What's your problem, Unity? Oops. More things. I'm just misremembering this. Not very useful. Oh, what is that? Not very useful. Yeah. What am I missing here? Load. I think I'm missing something. Right? What do I want? I don't know how I can just say that. Okay, a few questions then. One question, actually, I just remembered. We may not have even brought in the Oculus package. We did. We have it. We have Oculus Desktop. This is annoying because I feel like this should not be... I don't understand why this is a problem. Like why there's not a way to say, hey, put the camera... It's like it wants the height to be what it... So we could try to set the tracking space type. So how do we get the head? Okay, well, let's try this. Isn't that what it's called? Input device didn't have the thing? No. XR device had the thing. So we want just... Why are you not completing anything? Visual Studio Code, ever. Okay, how do I get the head? Is that a device or a node? No. I thought it was an XR node. This stuff has changed. XR node. I get XR node dot head. How about that? And then does that have it? I don't know why OmniSharp is not doing anything. It's worthless and stupid. What's your problem? Probably just need to delete all like Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code related stuff. Because maybe I was using Visual Studio when I started this and not Visual Studio Code. Who knows? Visual Studio Code is almost okay for Unity, except for all the times it breaks. Okay, what's the thing called? We get a device, we get a node, and then so we want a XR device. How do I get a device? So how do I get a device from a node? I'm in the wrong version. XR provider. XR stats. Oh, all these fancy things. I just want to know how to do this. Anybody? I mean, this thing? Is that really all I need to do? I don't have to talk to the head. I can just say this, and then say What, floor here? How many sharp? Why are you broken and stupid? Why? What's wrong with you? Does it delete all of the CS proges? Got it for 3.5. Didn't we update all that? Is that why you're mad? 4x, 4x. What if we just throw away anything that looks C# related or Visual Studio related? We got rid of you and you and you and you. And you and you and you and you and you and you. Just get rid of all of it. I don't like any of this stuff. Get out of my face. How mad is that gonna make Unity? Okay. Floor was not the right answer. I already figured out what the right answer was. Oops. Tracking space type. Oh, this is different. We want tracking origin mode. Tracking space type. We want room scale. Tracking origin mode. So I guess we probably can't set that. That probably just tells us. Lame. Okay, well, so I was barking up the wrong tree then. No. Okay, you can only ask the tracking origin mode, not tell it. Disable the camera tracking, controlled implicitly by the extra device. We could try to turn that off and use our thing, like use the other tracking dude instead. Let's see what this returns. Probably not what we want to know. What? Device. I don't want it to be device. I want it to be room scale. Can I not set tracking origin mode? Unity, why do you do this? I want to know about this. I mean, Google, why do you do this? Don't. Like, why are you showing me stuff that does not have the thing I'm asking you for explicitly? I want this. I want to know this. Oops. I don't want any result that does not have this. I don't believe you. Oh. What? Human trait. Google, why do you show me things not relevant to my interests? I feel like this should not be a problem, but here we are. Understanding the camera in VR overview. Okay. Maybe I'm asking too early, and device is not loaded yet or something. But, you know, that seems... And I'm just predicting I can't just decide to set this to floor. Am I totally off base here? It seems... It seems like I should be able to set this somehow. Like, how? How do I do that? Yeah, that's what I figured. And this is still stupid and is not properly completing anything. Cool. I don't understand. I don't understand. What problem do you think you found? Cool problem. This is annoying and stupid. Well, for now, let's just do what? Set this at 6 feet tall, and then I just don't understand why. Maybe I'm missing something. Like, my Rift definitely knows its relationship to the floor, no question. But this world seems not to, for whatever reason. And it actually has me negative, so it's like negative relative to the height that it thinks it should be. Like, what? Then you do some kind of reset-y thing first? Like, it just seems weird. Okay, we need to do a few things. One of those things is just to fix the clipping plane here. Another one of those things is to just turn off the thing that protects me from punching stuff. I don't remember where that is though. Where to like disable the Guardian system. Where is that? Configure Rift? Guardian. I don't want to set you up. I want to turn it off. And there's a place to do that. I feel pretty confident. Floor position. Set at 6 feet. Pair of VR object, what does that mean? Okay, that doesn't seem like the place that you do it. Is this not the place that happens? Maybe I can only do it in inside VR. Guardian. Up. Okay, now I'm danger mode and I can just punch everything else. Okay, I have hands. Oh, we gotta do stuff like cast array and all that kind of stuff to deal with that as well. Spray paint out of our dude. Okay, let's do that. That seems like the next big thing we gotta focus on. Also, Backblaze is gonna turn on any minute. Try to ruin my life, I know it. Let's preemptively kill Backblaze. I'm annoyed by that height thing. Do I feel lag between my movements inside VR? No. That would be bad. That's like that is the whole battle of this technology, is to make it feel one-to-one, especially with your head movements. None at all? No, if you feel any at all, it makes you sick. It's got to be, that's kind of like the whole technological feat behind all of this, is that it almost has to feel perfect, and as soon as it doesn't, it gets weird. So it is, I mean, I'm sure there's some delay, but it's borderline imperceptible. Okay, so we got to do some goofball thing. Well, there was something about that with people playing Beat Saber faster than could be tracked, but in general, like, I feel like when I'm in here, it's very close to one-to-one. Like, I get a lot of kind of blur, but it feels very much like, can you see me? Can you see my hand versus the, it's very responsive. Because it has to be, because if it's not, you won't feel good. Okay, so we probably need what? We need hands. These probably need a line renderer. We're gonna have to like raycast out of them and draw the line and all that fun stuff. So let's do, we'll have a line renderer, and then every frame we need to do like a raycast from the forward vector, right? Do I just not have any code completion? Is that where we are right now? I have no. Why is everything so bad? Anytime, man, if you move moving the head separately from what the person is moving is definitely a good way to make people sick. Am I just broken here? Like I have my Unity completion stuff is just not working currently? Debugger for Unity, I feel like that's all I needed, right? There's not some other Unity thing I needed. Visual Studio Code, why do you just not work? Why is it so hard for you to just work? Auto completion working in Visual Studio Code. Yep, I know. Why? Let's close Visual Studio Code and close Unity and see if this helps in some way. Such a hassle. Like, is it so unreasonable just to want things to work? I don't like this wallpaper either. We're falling apart here. I don't like the wallpaper. That's not what I meant to start. I need a wallpaper. That'll cheer me up. Like, it's frustrating enough to try to get this stuff to work, because, like, it's Unity, and it's already frustrating enough to use all these new features of Unity that aren't well tested or well documented, but Then, to like not have the tools work at a baseline is a bummer, and it's quite irritating. Like, is that crazy? Is it crazy that I want my editor to work? Am I the crazy one here? Can I uninstall? Now it works. Okay, great. So we want to raycast. I don't know these non-allocating raycasts. Just zoom every single frame. I don't know how to use it though. Let's learn together. Let's just steal this. I can only ever care about hitting one. Let's see. We'll try this. I don't know if I've ever used this thing before. What if I only want one result? That's fine for now. Why would you set that every frame? Also, because we're only gonna have one collider on. So we need to shoot from where? From this guy, long forward. So that all seems good. And then we're gonna say what we hit. And we want to draw. The thing we want to do is draw to our hit position. That's the whole jam here. Point. So we'll set the first position equal to this. We don't need to do this every frame, but whatever. And we will only even turn this on. Line renderer enabled, and then otherwise set it false. I don't love spinning stuff like this all the time in update, but I feel like we kind of have to do that. We can probably tidy it up a little bit. What's your problem? The problem is I typed my code incorrectly. Okay, so I should now be shooting laser beams out of my hands. Right? Except I have to set this guy. I could do this as a Git component. There's no real reason to do it like that. Those are beautiful lines. I can already see how beautiful my lines are. Because the default material, man, yeah, there's just so much stuff. Like, lightweight render pipeline is supposed to be done, you know? Like, it's out of preview. But there's just so many ways in which it is not great. Like the fact that when I just create a line renderer and I'm using lightweight render pipeline, it's just going to be broken. Which is not like it's hard to fix, it's just feels half-baked. Okay, so I'm shooting lasers out. My lasers are way too tiny. But yes, they hit the wall. And if they don't hit the wall, I probably just want to... That's kind of weird, because I would have thought that... Oh, is enable and disable on line renderer really slow? Is disabled different than... turn off? Enabled false? Is that not good enough to make something invisible? Oh, I really want it more like this. Like, I want to, like, if I didn't hit it at all, then do that. That's what we want. Okay. And then we want, our lines are too tiny. Really, probably if false, like if I'm not actually pointing at the wall, then we just want the ray to stick out a little bit. Like, so it doesn't go away, but that'll be stylistic polish. Okay, so we can shoot at this wall now. Terrific. And then the thing we'll need to do is just update all our drawing logic to be able to cast the ray and draw. So right now, just if I'm not pointing at the wall, the ray goes away, which is fine. And we'll want some kind of reticle that appears on the wall so we know where our dude is, and on and on and on and on. As far as how we actually draw, I don't remember. If painting, paint the raycast hit. So we should be able to call, yeah, all this stuff like start painting, stop painting, all of that stuff we should be able to call in our hands. So let's get a reference to our paint manager. And we're going to need to say something like, if all this is true, we're pointing at the thing. And we're going to say, or is this not true at all? We'll only really want to do that if we have a raycast. But the start or stop painting, it would be weird if you were like... So in this world, we do want to do like a paint manager dot paint, which probably isn't public. Yeah. Wherever our hit is. Is that true? What do we actually want there? We want the raycast hit. Is that what our result? Just pass the whole result. And then the thing we have to figure out that's just independent of all of this is the input, which is kind of going to be this. We have to figure out the button stuff for the controller, which is probably going to be fire 1. One of these is going to be fire 1, I'm sure. So I don't know why I chose to do things in this order. Unclear to me. But for some reason I decided that it was important to do stop first. So we want to like get button up. Paint manager. I misspelled paint manager. Cool. Yeah, stop painting, and then if button down. We'll have to tidy all this stuff up for, you know, which controller's which and all that fun stuff. But to start with, I think this will work. Basically just saying when you press the button, start paying attention. So 0 or 1 is whether we're using a paintbrush or a roller. So for now, let's do paintbrush. Okay, is this gonna work? I don't know which one is paint button. I don't know which is which, you know? Any of those? I don't know if that made sense. I don't know which button on which controller is fire one, so we'll just have to figure that out. Okay, we need a paint manager on both of those. What's your problem? Oops. What's wrong? Yeah, paint manager. We hadn't called start painting yet. If paint layer current got render texture, so paint layer current is not happening, but that shouldn't even matter until we shouldn't be painting. Oh, we're supposed to return. We don't even do this. We're supposed to return if we don't have. That's why I did this like this. But we can just say if painting. Like, don't do this. In fact, why not just have the paint manager say we're not painting, just return. Maybe not the tidiest way. Okay, can we paint? Please. Oh, weird. It paints from both. And it's still painting from my face. Because the normal raycast is working. So it's going to paint from both of those. We'll need to set some kind of masking. That's pretty cool though. I mean, it's actually kind of cool to paint with both hands. Okay, and with your face. This is already accidentally kind of fun. Except I don't have a way to do the extrude yet. In VR. Hey, that's kind of cool. I don't know if anyone's watching. Life is yours, you watching. Tell me it's cool so I feel validated. Wow. Maybe instead of coming out, the wall should move away from you. That would be kind of cool. If the front layer was always the front layer, but then the wall kind of slid back, and then everything exploded that way, so that stuff wouldn't go from behind you. That might be really disorienting, but it also could be kind of cool. Wow. So we could put this. Woo. I got just a little touch of wooziness. Ooh. Maybe the wall's way too big. I don't know. Who knows that? Okay. So this is already borderline interesting enough just for a simple gallery show kind of thing. One thing that's weird, is that swimming? No, I guess not. I hope that was like swimming across the map. So all our texture resolutions are not the greatest. So they could go up, or the wall could just be smaller. The wall's just probably too big. But it's kind of cool to stand back and then with your lasers spray gun be able to spray on everything. Maybe these should fade out as they come forward too, kind of explode or something. The shadows don't look too bad with the softness on. I'm very curious to see how this runs in VR. How's this running here? 100 frames per second. That's not great. Unless that's like being V-synced to the headset, but then you'd expect it to be 90. Save by batching. Yeah, like we're not being efficient in how we draw this stuff because it kind of can't be because everything is its own. I don't even know exactly how I would do that. Was there some way to do instancing with multiple textures? I don't know if you can do that with textures. You can do it with colors. But this is kind of cool. It looks worse than a Picasso painting. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting Picasso? How dare you? You come to my channel and you insult Pablo Picasso? Outrageous. I don't feel like I fully appreciated Picasso until I was in somewhere in Spain and got to see all the studies he did for Guernica. I mean, the thing that was okay, maybe everybody knows this, but one of the things that blew me away, this was before I went, I guess I did this before I went to art school, so I maybe just didn't know as much. But like, when you look at Guernica, I probably spelled that incorrectly. And you look at everything that's going on here, and you look at the bull, for example. It's easy to be like, oh, what a weird, goofy, cartoonish bull. Like, you know. Pablo's so crazy. He just sat down and he drew this crazy bull. But that's not what happened. He did like studies. Let's see. Guernica bull studies. I hope these are online. Yeah, where he was like doing studies that were relatively realistic and doing multiple explorations to see what it would take to reduce a bull into the kind of like essential forms that he wanted. I thought that was so cool that he started with something not necessarily photoreal, but more like representative, and then went through a process of. This might not even be the right thing though. This is a. I don't know if these are exactly what I'm thinking of, because this seems like just a series that he did independently. I might also be misremembering. But anyway, I guess the thing that impressed me was like what at least seemed, it's been some years, but the way the museum presented it, what seemed to be precursors to the highly abstracted forms were much more realistic forms. Which I thought was pretty cool. But that was a long time ago, so I might be misremembering. But it was weird because it was Guernica is normally, I can't remember where it normally lives. It was like temporarily in Madrid while I was there, I want to say. At the Prado? Pompidou? Are those the two museums? I can't remember. It's been a long time. I don't even know how to spell anything. Reina Sofia. But that's what it normally is. But I want to say it was somewhere else when I saw it. Maybe it was temporarily somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember. European tour. Returned in 2015. Oh, that was a tapestry. Maybe I'm just totally misremembering everything. I don't know. It's been a while. Anyway, that's seeing that particular exhibit. That was like a history of Guernica kind of exhibit. Made me more excited about it. I do also, speaking of Picasso, really, that's one of my favorite epic rap battles. It might actually be my favorite one. Was that okay? I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. I don't know that I would ever. I don't know. It doesn't really occur to me to try to compare my stuff to things other people have done. Okay, so the main problem here is that we have all these ways of raycasting that are weird and broken. Because we really want the mouse to only raycast from a certain like mousy camera. And we want all the VR stuff to only raycast from there. And we want the, yeah, we just have too much going on. And you need to be able to really, you should be able to draw two things separately, which currently is not supported. Because right now it's drawing out of my right hand, because the state of whether or not you are painting is like just true or false, right? Like across all inputs, because we would break that out. So we would maybe break it out into the individual hands, and then they would say paint. Just Paint Manager's not really set up for that now, right? So Paint Manager just knows but that could be okay. Like the idea, because still, so instead of just yeah, this stuff. You'd kind of want to store all of this in your brush land. And then you would want to maintain your own layer and all of that stuff. Is that true? Maybe when you start painting, you get your layer, and then you can continue painting on that. Because some of the stuff in here, like the paint layer needs to come in with paint. So we need to know about it. So maybe when you start painting, we return the layer, and then it's up to the brush to decide what layer it's on. Otherwise, the Paint Manager just needs to know about a bunch of brushes simultaneously, which seems silly. So probably what we would do is like have these XR brushes and some kind of screen brush. I'm having that thing where like you, I don't know quite how to describe it. Like all that Picasso stuff, it's just, those are things I haven't thought about in a while. And in my mind, they were solid thoughts. And then I tried to articulate them and it was like, oh, I don't even remember anything. It's weird when that happens, when like you just haven't opened a mental book for a while on a certain topic. And then you open it and you realize like, oh man, I don't remember. Yeah, like the paint stamp current, I feel like that stuff we need to just maintain on the brush. So really this is going to be like XR brush instead of XR hand. Even though we're going to call a can a brush, I think. Because we'll have an XR brush and a screen brush, and then maybe they will know how to... they'll have some base class. Because we'll need to do something like... when I start painting, get my layer. And when I stop painting, set it to null, something like that. So probably these dudes all want their own. Like start painting should really be something that's maintained in here. Right? And then what will eventually happen is we will call like, we want to call like paint manager.create layer. And we need to get a layer from that. And just ditch the notion, like everything's going to be broken for a while, but we'll start roughing this in. So inside, really this needs to be like brush, and some of this stuff could live in the base class. Let's get it working first, and then we can abstract it out so we can have two versions of brush. Probably over-engineered, but hey. Oops. So when we start painting, we're going to get a paint layer. Color. Create layer with color. Okay, so color needs to come in. Oh yeah, because that's how we did the stamping. Okay, well that's a whole nother thing. So let's do, we'll have a paint stamp set for these things. Okay. Everything's gonna be broken for a while. So everything's also going to want a paint stamp. And we need to pass our color and then reveal false, because that's to animate something in, which maybe we will want to do that. That's how those, when you do a whole stamp, that's how it like fake spray paints in, kind of. Okay, start painting, stop painting. And then we'll also have a paint. Just as a wrapper for Paint Manager. And so we want to get rid of the notion of having a current paint layer. We probably want to get rid of the notion of having paint stamps, although I think I want to copy that before I throw it away. Yeah, so we're going to say the right hand is going to be, how can I copy this? I want this value and I don't want to have to recreate it. I don't think Unity will let me do that, which is a bummer. Like, I want a copy of this array element. Guess I can just copy the gradient. Your internet went down. What happened? Spray stamp. Okay, so the right hand is going to be spray stamp 0.125 and this rainbow. And rainbow. Okay, that's good. And then left hand. That's going to be roll stamp 0.5 and this gradient. Okay. So now those have a stamp. Let's get rid of the stamp I don't know if this is actually the right way to do this, but hey, whatever. We'll figure it out. Get rid of the idea of paint stamp material. Why do you need to know that? That is what goes into a paint. So it needs to know that. But the paint stamps, I think we can ditch. The tag sheet, that's a whole other thing. I don't even know if we'll keep that. Okay, so we need also to pass a paint layer in here. I can't remember. There's a magic shortcut for replace all of these. Maybe it's Control L to highlight them all. Yeah, we're not even going to do this anymore. Start painting and stop painting. We won't even maintain here. Which means this is going to be a problem again, but that's okay. Wait, didn't I just fix this? What did you miss? I'm in the process of moving a lot of the painting logic into the brushes to hopefully make it a little easier to have... Uh-oh. Did I paint stamp current? So we also need to send it a stamp. Okay, I screwed up. Paint layer. So, are those all paint layer? Yeah. Yeah, moving the logic into the individual brushes so I can have left-hand brush, right-hand brush, and a screen brush. Like, just have some more flexibility for that. Okay, so all of these need to be just paint layer. And all of these need to just be paint stamp. Start painting and stop painting just go away. The notion of whether we are painting or not goes away. All of this stuff, we're not even going to do raycast here. We'll probably keep some version of that, some mouse-based painting. Why do I do this? Okay, we don't need the next stamp. It's not useful. And stamp tag is the way to just draw a stamp. So let's comment that out for now. It's kind of a weird feature. Uh-oh. Pain stamp. Oops. Next stamp we don't care about. Okay, how broken is this? Probably still pretty broken, but sometimes you gotta break things. Okay, so paint layer and stamp we need to pass in. And this is if paint layer is not null. Surely this is not going to work on the first try. It can't. It works. Does this work? Oh yeah, I gotta change the input I'm watching. Okay, so it can draw two different things, which is cool. But this one we want to be also, we're not changing the color every time, seemingly. Doesn't feel like I'm creating new layers every time. But I am. It's just not, the color randomize is not working for some reason. Okay, so we are creating layers. So we need a couple things here. One, each hand needs to have a different button that it's going to care about. What's the tidiest way to do that? So the legacy input we want primary button will be 0 or 2 for the main buttons. Trigger button, is that different than trigger analog? Oh, that's index touch. That's not the same thing. So that's X or A. So this is what we want. Button 0 or button 2. So we just need to expose like a button index in here. We'll 0 on one hand, 1 on the other. We'll use this instead of fire. I think this will work. Oh, is it a weird key code thing? Where key code can do like a button? Yeah, key code is joystick button 0. Oh, that kind of sucks. Get button on only one a string. Well, all right, there's a few options, but maybe the easiest one is just check input. Fire 1 is, well, we kind of want these to be separate from This is all mouse stuff though. Where is joystick stuff? Joystick button 0. Joystick button 2. Lame. Oops. Let's do this for now. This is, maybe that's what we want. So then it won't collide with Fire 1, which is going to be mouse. Joystick button 0 is not set up. Joystick button 2 is not set up. You sure? I thought I just saw those two exact things. Joystick button 0. Can I not look it up like this? thought there was a way to do that. I think that actually counts as a key. So that's weirdly, the legacy input system, problematic. Okay. Broken. No, that works. Something's wrong with my key up and key down. Did I do it backwards? Joystick button 2, joystick button 0, on key. Why did I just type those backwards? That was silly. What was I thinking? Okay, so now we should be able to do this. How long have I been streaming? 4 something? 2:45. I keep putting on the wrong device. Okay, so now you can paint roller world. You can paint spray paint world. So this is all working, except the randomized color per click is not working. I don't know why. Probably this would be a lot more interesting with 2 people, but that would be annoying for this particular scenario. Okay, so that kind of works. The whole issue is create layer. So Paint Manager takes a color in and is supposed to initialize the layer with the color. So is our brush effed up? Was I supposed to mess with the paint stamp's gradient time? Probably. I probably deleted that. Oops. Okay, maybe we can find the version before I destroyed that. Paint Manager. What did we do with gradient time previously? Isn't a create layer? I really want to see this side by side. I don't have external diffs set up. Gradient time equals random not value. That's what we're missing. So that needs to be in the brush when we create it. We just need to randomize our gradient time, because gradient time is really just the, I don't like call it time. I never know what to call that. I think of it as the alpha value, but maybe that's not the right use of the word alpha. Did I not hit play? Play. The life is yours. No, it's not. Ain't it? The lie is yours. Oh. That was beautiful. Okay, and then do our extrudes work. Should hopefully work. Okay, pretty good. So the things we unquestionably broken. Are we not casting shadow? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. We definitely broke our ability to paint like auto tags. So in other words, like just automatically paint a tag. And we definitely. Oh, actually, we broke our ability to like draw through the screen. But that's not so bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done this way. Maybe I should have kept the paint stamps as an array on the dude, and then we just would send an index for that, because then just anything could use it. The screen-based drawing buddy could also use it. What else are we supposed to do here? VR support. We're working on it. Third-person camera. Kind of have that. Let's try to add that. This like never works the way I want it to. I feel like we did recently sort of figure out how to do it. Oops, pardon me. The room looks so bright. It's because it's sunny in Portland and there's actually some sunlight bouncing into my room for once ever. This is an astounding thing. Okay. Let's see. Give me one moment, please. On this day in 2007, I was working on a weird project. Apparently. Thanks for letting me know. Apple Photos. Please excuse me while I look at my phone. This order has shipped. Terrific. Scott Garner's gone live. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so let's try to do a third-person camera. Which is going to be weird because, like, our raycasts, well, if we're doing the raycast and the brush, then they just need to know a camera, right? They don't even care about the camera. They're not raycasting from the camera. It was the other thing that was raycasting from the camera. So that's actually okay. So the thing we have to do is just this with a different depth. Is that the whole deal? Or like this one is -1 and then our VR camera is -2 and that's really all it takes? It doesn't feel right. It feels like there should be some other aspect to this, but maybe this is all it takes. So that in VR land, I can do my VR stuff and everything there just works. And then we can have I got distracted. I was in the middle of a sentence, but then I started having fun painting over things. So we can have our spectator view, and we could make that a nicer spectator view. Okay, so this is gonna be fine. Wait, what did I say last time? What did I say last time? Okay, so we can do this thing. It looks pretty reasonable for the third person. Maybe we'll set it up like looking sort of down diagonally. About the depth. Maybe I'll change the way the depth works though. Maybe that's the strategy. We need to reconsider it. Or maybe you fly backwards. That'd probably be really uncomfortable. Make people sick. Or when it comes out, they fade. I don't know. What did I say? Who knows what I said? Sometimes, you know, I'm just saying things while I'm trying to write code or work in Unity, and Those are different processes in my brain, and sometimes those processes collide. Okay. Anyway, that seems to kind of work. We should not have an audio listener here. We should definitely not have any post-processing here, or we could. And we could choose to have post-processing here, which we currently do. See, this camera we could just make like some nice spectator camera kind of thing. Like, it could look down and you could see whatever weirdos in there doing whatever weirdo stuff. I do not actually want any Z rotation. We have this, we give them some kind of head representation, because I'll have some kind of screen set up. Maybe we'll change the FOV on this. Is this ground also part of the model? That would be a silly thing to do. Why would I do that? Who knows? Who knows why I do anything? But this is starting to feel a bit more like a thing, I think. Like, we'll come up with nicer staging for this. Maybe we want, I don't know, 50mm. Maybe we'll reconsider the wall a little bit. Oh, I don't know. The whole idea of the ground, though, I don't really remember why I did that. Why? Why would I do such a thing? Sort of want that to just be white forever. I don't want this to be white. Maybe everything is in a truly white space. It doesn't look very white. I think that's my post-processing. Get out of here. Yeah. In which case, if the floor was actually white, like, it'd be cool to have the little bit of ambient occlusion around the edge. Maybe. It's subtle. This looks not... Oh, am I only doing anti-aliasing in my post-processing? I wonder what the interplay of that is. Like, the lightweight render pipeline had anti-aliasing settings, and I'm not clear on like how the two work together. It's funny how much this changes the sky versus not the sky. I don't need a ground at all. I could just have an enormous plane. So I don't really know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. I could just turn it off. The tiles in the start menu could have folders. I don't think I knew that. I don't really mess with that. I just do everything from the run command. How do you do it? How do you add a folder in there? What's the secret? You should do a series of videos on your mastery of the start menu tiles. Do an office hours about oh really? Just like kind of apps? Or like iOS apps, so if you drop them on top of each other it'll make folders? Oh my gosh. How about that? Incredible. And then you end up with a folder that you don't want. Very impressive. Yeah, perfect. Do that whole hour. People do that on YouTube all the time, where it's like, hey guys, today I'm going to show you how to do this. First, let me give you a little background, and then you have a 14-minute video over some concept that takes 2 seconds to explain. Drives me insane. I hate learning anything from videos. If I'm trying to look something up, I will go out of my way to try to find some source that is not a video. I say this as a person making videos, but I don't really make tutorial videos except for maybe the office hours. But those are for things hopefully that warrant a little bit of thought. Okay. So this thing kind of works. We can't draw on the screen currently. We can't do the stamp thing currently. But I've been streaming for 3 hours. And I don't know, we got a lot of work to do if we're going to get all these done. It's probably really unrealistic to think that I'm going to have all these. Beautiful. Look at your beautiful work. Fruity Loops Studio. How come you haven't been writing music for me? I demand you write music. WAMP server. Is that Winamp? You tried to write music? Well, you don't. Yeah, show me. You know that you like have to practice at things to get good at them, right? As much as people want to instantly be good at things. Look at me. I'm bad at things on stream every single time. Like today, fighting with the shader graph. Okay, so what am I doing? Yeah, we didn't advance this much. We got some VR support. We spent a lot of time getting lightweight render pipeline stuff going. So 2 things we could do. One is we could put back the ability to draw like this. So there's a thing. So right now, whenever you put your brush down, it changes color and creates a new layer. And maybe that should be more of an automated process, like you would say when you were done, or give you some way to switch color. I want to keep the controls really simple. I'm not that interested in giving people like a powerful drawing tool. How big are my render textures? That's a good question. Am I just creating them out of nowhere? Why do I have panorama texture? That may be inside Paint Manager. What is the resolution of my layers? So individual layers. So they get a 4K texture. Why did I do that? Why did I do a 4K texture? That seems, I mean a 2K texture on both axes when it's not square. Did I have some difficulty with that? We're only using one channel. 8 bits R. We do 4K textures for each of those. I mean, we could save a... We're wasting a lot of texture, I think, by doing it this way. But that must be how I laid these out. Maybe I did it... How did I lay out the walls? Shouldn't even matter, really. Like, layer is just a layer. Is it because the wall... So those are 4K textures. I wish there was an easy way to see the UVs in this land, but in the normals, okay, that's the sidewalk. So where's the wall normals? Maybe I did like the front and back of the wall, so you could theoretically draw on the back of the wall, even though there's no reason to do that. Kind of a huge waste. Not a big deal when we're running on a fancy desktop machine, but I kind of want this going on request. Discord, I'm ready. I'm ready for your sounds. Ooh, dissonance. Or not dissonance, like a minor-ish chord. What's wrong with this? Sick bass line. Should I try to use Fruity Loops? I used Reason forever. I used to make so much music and I just don't do it anymore. Okay, presumably there's a reason I did this, but I don't know what that reason is. Maybe I just did it so I could use the existing bump map. But that shouldn't really matter. Those could be half size, and I could just choose to Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I like your song, Life Is Yours. I don't know why you're so down on it. Man, I have to go to work tomorrow like a person, like a normal human does. I don't like being a normal human. Okay, well, there's definitely some quality things we can experiment with. I like your song. Yeah, it's good boss music. Give it to Draklin to put in his game. Put it in your game. A B-boss. So, what do I want to do right now? We could do like the screen brush and put all that stuff back in. And then now that I moved the stamps out of the paint manager, I think I want to put them back there. I blew it. I think we do. I think we want like a list of... I don't know why paint layers is public. So let's put the paint stamps back and then get there with an index instead. So we had two paint stamps. One of them is 0.125, 0.125, and that one is Spraynard. And we'll get the color for that. And then one of them is roll. I don't know why that has a caution sign behind it. And I'm pretty sure that was 0.5, 0.5. And then let's go steal those off the hands. And instead of these dudes don't need to know about a stamp. They're gonna just send an index. Oh, well. Maybe they do want their own stamp. Ah, the layer's in the color. I think when you create a layer... Thanks for the feedback. Whatever. You are now a professional composer. I expect a new song every day. How do I want to do this? I want the stamps to be maintained there. There being in the paint manager. But I do want to get the randomized color. So one idea would just be like get stamp. So paint stamp. You only get beat song? I had a long period of that where walking to and from a gym early in the morning where I taught classes, I would write little songs in my head and then record them when I got home. Many years ago when I was a young lad of your age. I guess on start we could just get the paint stamp. I don't know, this doesn't feel great, but something like this, where it's like paint stamp equals paint manager dot get paint stamp stamp index. And then over here we'll have like a get paint stamp. And then return This is a little weird to like ask for something and then send it back, but this is for now the easiest way to do it, I think. Because then we have a paint stamp and we can do all this stuff. And left hand is going to be index 1, right hand is index 0. Paint manager current stamp index is going to go away. Pretty sure. And then our like screen painter is going to be this. So maybe this should just live in the paint manager. I kind of don't want it to. I kind of want to have like a screen brush, and then we'll share some stuff. Oops. And then they'll both inherit from brush, screen brush, and alright, we'll just move stuff in there. I don't know what the names of these things. But we'll make both screen brush a brush and get rid of all this stuff, and XR brush a brush. and inherit all this stuff. And a lot of this stuff is just going to be inside. Like Paint Manager is definitely going to be in brush. It's going to be protected. And the stamp index and the stamp, that's going to be a weird one because we kind of want two stamps. I don't know about that one. Start painting, stop painting. All of this stuff feels common. Protected means that it is private, except it can still be overridden by classes that inherit it. So I can, in these child classes that I've extended Paintbrush from, I can still talk to it, but from the outside world, I can't talk in. Paint stamp, start painting. Well, paint stamp is a per, that's a little annoying because I want it to really, I think I really want to have two paint stamps here. I'll think about that because I think we can still kind of simplify that. Like if we got paint stamp, like when we started painting or something, like call start painting with that, and then we could still, maybe that's the thing to do. Oops. And then the paint stamp out here. So paint stamp index is a thing we'll leave. Paint layer is a thing we need. Raycast results is the thing we'll want. Layer mask, all this stuff I think can be in the base class. Probably. Oh, those things that are private need to be protected. Really all this stuff protected. Anything else we can simplify? So this starts to look a little better, where we can squish it down a little bit. Oh no, what did you find on your computer? Do I even want to know? Wow, that's a beautiful bee. Look at that beautiful bee. I love it. That's a fine bee. So some of this is line renderer stuff, which is only really for our XR brush. The button name we want to know about is really only for our XR brush. Paint, and then which paint stamp index to use. So those are all pretty reasonable. Can we do anything about the raycast land? I mean, I could kind of check that stuff independently if I wanted to, like just look and see like the drawing, like separate out the raycast. For now, let's just kind of duplicate it, I guess, and then maybe some pattern will emerge. Heatstamp index here will just be 0. We don't need any line render stuff. We could have just like some raycast success, raycast fail in the base class that could be virtual and overridable. Windows came with a beautiful B. Kind of weird. Okay, so yeah, the issue is from where are we raycasting? So we need to go back to, we want how did we do that? Where's the actual raycast? Yeah. Screen point to ray. That's what we had before. So forward from that. So that's really like, man, that's gonna be very similar. Just gonna be, in this case, it's gonna come oh. Raycast no alloc. Okay. Well, right. Can I do this? Oops. There's an overload to just throw that in? Maybe? Possibly? Okay, something's broken. I don't have the paint manager reference. Just because we're casting from the wrong camera. That's marked as main camera, which I don't think it needs to be. I think you can be untagged and you can be main camera. Cool. Whatever. No, you gotta, don't feel bad for that. How would you learn? You gotta do stuff to learn. Modeling the bee, time well spent. Like my beautiful drawing I'm doing right now. It's a painting of Norway. This is the open face sandwich. This is a sauna, because Norwegians love saunas. This is a giant fire. This is a city called Hell. Beautiful. Okay, so was that Italy? Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe it was Italy. Okay, so now we could easily add right-clicking. If we wanted. This might not, I don't know what this will do if you press both buttons. I think what I had previously said is any mouse button up is to stop painting. I'll do both of those first. I don't know. We'll trust that my logic was sound then. This is more of a debug thing anyway, so I'm not super worried about this performing correctly. Well, what's going to happen if I press both? That means I'm going to start painting. I don't know. I feel like that's going to break. Let's try it. So that's right click, left click. If I do right click again and then let go of left click, well, it sort of works. It's a little bit confused. Okay, so we can do this, and let me make sure we can still do this. Kind of fun. Simple. Kind of fun. We gotta make the paint coming off the wall cooler. That's gonna be the like actual deal here. Maybe we need some like traffic sounds for the background. Maybe some spray paint sound effects. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Do some haptic rattle, like a rattle can. I don't know what sounds a paint roller will make, but figure that out. Ooh, I did just have an idea. Maybe a good idea, maybe not. This kind of would be better with multiple people. I guess somebody could be controlling it with the mouse and paint on with the mouse. I guess I could set up a web version too, where you could also paint on it from the web. How would that be? Do that with all the new WebSocket stuff I've been working on. So people could also paint. Now I feel like I have to do that, right? I have to do a thing where people can paint on their phones also. The faint, yeah. The problem, you're right about that. Except this whole transparency thing to get the shadows to work, it's 1 bit, so there's no actual alpha. I could make it more stippled, maybe, basically, like more sort of dithered, but not actually transparent, because at least the main contour of the thing has to be 1 bit. But yeah, I could do like some kind of dithery thing. That's sort of what I have set up now with the mask. Like the faster you go, it's more dithered, something like that. Would probably not be a bad idea. Okay, I have to do the web thing, right? Where people can draw on it with their phones? Oh no, and then I have to stream it from Twitch and let people on Twitch draw on the wall too? That sounds like a bad idea, right? Well, then it can be the person's job in VR to cover up all of the garbage. I mean, this is almost Heat. Because this could almost work with the same backend as Heat. Just an XY coordinate. We could set up a pretty simple glitch setup. Whoa! We gotta get this where it's more interesting. I don't know what that means yet, but. Okay, so we could draw from out here. What time is it? Man, am I gonna add anybody can draw mode? feel like I have to, right? I mean, it should be really easy. All I need to do is get my gist.github.com. Didn't I make a gist of that? WebSocket bridge. I don't know if I've done any additional work on this. I don't think I have. Oh man. Well, now this one's going to get a lot more complicated, and that maybe come at the cost of working on some other ones. But I think I can do this pretty quickly. I don't know if I really want to do this for the actual show. But we'll see. Okay, WebSocket bridge, and then we need like glitch.com. We need to make a glitch setup with a new project. A simple thing. So didn't I do some dead simple version of this already? Like some really simple Unity, like Unity WS? Is that what it was called? Okay, so let's call this one Strata. Somebody already has my name, Strata. Fixed it. Okay, so the WebSocket server part, all we said was whatever goes in comes out. Which that's the easiest way to start this. So let's just start with that. And then in package JSON, what do we need? Express. And WS. Okay, so we have a WebSocket server. And anything that goes into that server should get spit out somewhere else, right? So sue them for already having the name on glitch. I know it's outrageous. I'm outraged. So on the client side, it's different in I need like well, we have some of those. We've got that stuff over here too, actually, right? On our front end. We just got rid of everything and did it in the front end. So we can ditch all stuff. So the weird thing about painting over the web, we won't have a raycast. We won't really need a raycast. We'll just have a set of XY coordinates, so we can have a way to get straight into the paint manager without that. That's gonna be some re-architecting, I think. I don't think I have anything in my in this time. Oh wait, how did I do this? It's in public, right? Yeah. And then the whole thing we want to do is like a, just as the mouse moves. How do we do this? Add event listener, mouse down, mouse move, this. Just want to do this on document or something like it, like after we've connected. More.
That's gonna connect, do all the stuff. We now need a like client X, client Y. We want to normalize that, right? Don't I have that code somewhere? Why don't you auto format, please? We needed a way to say like if you're connected, right? Didn't we have some logic there? Or just being brave and just sending otherwise? So we want to send like just XY will eventually be normalized. So, well, not even eventually, let's just do it. Event.client X divided window.inner HTML or inner width. We had a way to do this. Why? I don't know if that's right. What? Mine, like, need to be down here. See the open, right? So this is happening. I do this right. Let's do it on document. Okay, yes. So this will be 0, 0 up to 1y to 1x. Yeah. And what did we want to do on 2? Is this 2 fixed? Is that what we want? I feel like there's that's what I did originally, and then I decided I didn't like 2 fixed for some reason, but now I don't really remember why I didn't like 2 fixed. But that seems okay. We do 3 decimal points. And we need to know is open, like, how do you know? Yeah, it's like ready state equals open or something like that. Yeah, so something like if okay, so we have this, and so we should, anybody looking at this should receive that. How do I go to just the web page? So you are yeah, and that's the message event that comes out. Okay, so it appears to be working. You can send it across, and then inside, is there going to be like a data? Yeah. Okay, so a couple things. We need to serialize this. Not this. 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 that what it is? JSON string? Stringify, that's what we want. Yeah. Stringify this and send it out instead. And then there's the data. Cool. So we get the data. Then on the Unity side, we need to... You sent me something? Is it a beautiful song? Wait, what did you send me? Paint roller. Do I want to look at this? Am I going to be traumatized? Is this a paint roller sound? Oh, did you model a paint roller? Did you make this? Can I view it in the weird Windows 3D viewer? That is a beautiful paint roller. Do you think you see the paint roller in your hand, or do you think it goes out to the wall? Because I mean, we're doing this via raycast right now. So when you shoot at the wall, do you think this thing is animating up and down the wall in a weird way? Or do you think, you know, what do you know? Is it on the wall or is it in your hand? What do you think the right answer is? Well, which one? Which one sounds cool? Sounds cooler. It is a weird thing. A weird 3D viewer. Open the windows. Oh, you know I stand away a bit. I mean, yeah, because I don't really want it to get where you like have to be up to the wall. I don't think. I think it's kind of more fun if you're just shooting it around, but it could be cool to have a thing that's in your hand. I mean, you gotta have something in your hand, or your hand has to be a thing. But this could also be a thing that just when you click appears on the wall and you like see it going up and down and you see a little paint can. That could be cool. Maybe we'll do that. So like okay. Did you model that? Did you make it? Are you a modeling expert? So now what do we do? On this end, you did it? Awesome. Thank you for doing that. WebSocket bridge. And the URL shall be whatever the URL is. WSS. Oh, I just realized our front end thing, we're like, can I not update this? No, I did. Okay. So we're going to connect to this place, and we're going to get the data, and then what are we going to do? How do I do this? I send the message, and then I receive the message from somebody else that wants it. And so this is going to be like WebSocket brush. I should have made these suffixes instead of prefixes. GOW. So WebSocket brush is going to be just a brush, but it's going to need a reference to the paint manager and the WebSocket bridge. Already knows the paint manager, so just in here we just need a and then in awake we'll do like a WebSocket bridge dot on receive plus equals received, and then have a, can you do this for me, Visual Studio? Be useful for once. Good job, kind of. Okay, so the thing we need to do is have a data that's just going to be float x, and then we're going to try to deserialize into that. JSON utility dot from JSON a type of WS data message. Maybe. So this should give us a Unity object with the coordinates. And I forgot to set the thing, which is the thing I perpetually forget to do and will just forget to do for the rest of my entire life, is set these references. Ubu. .gov. Government payroll or business. Okay, so I need to send some data in there. That's my problem. Okay, we're getting data. Cool, 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 cool. Well, that's not good though. I mean, I guess I could do like .x. Right. This whole WebSocket bridge is a bit shaky. Okay, we are getting data. Terrific. And then that's going to be multiplied by... Here's what we have to figure out. Is right now painting is based purely on array cast. That's what paint wants. Because we're using that to get a texture coordinate. And then we have to do this update bounds thing. Oof. Am I even using this for anything? Yes, to know what the centroid is, so I can animate it. So, though, the good news is, actually, all we really care is the texture coordinate. Oops. And if that's true, those are already normalized values. So we could have a version of paint that instead of taking this in, takes in a vector to... I mean, at that point, why even bother taking an array cast hit? There's no reason. Change this to take in... I think that's true. I might be wrong, but I think this is going to be right. And then, not in brush. Yeah, paint. Instead of this, we're going to send in the texture coordinates, which should be just 0 to 1 values. And if that's true, then over in this land, we can just call... This is going to be a weird one, though. Because how will I know? So the thing where this is challenging, it's so challenging I have to take my headset off. Well, I guess we could send a down or an up event. because I need to know. I would kind of prefer not to do that. I need to know when the person drawing on their screen starts and stops so I can make or delete a new layer, which I like. I don't know. Sending state like that, stateful things over WebSockets is more like at least somewhat more worrisome or complicated than just sending continuous streaming stuff like a position. Now, these positions could have some more fields that were like up and down, or there could be different types. I don't really want types though. I feel like it'd be easier to just have like up or down. And then inside here, I would do something differently based on that. And just ignore the coordinates. It'd be something like public bool stop painting. And then I would just watch those two things to decide. And then if they happened, I would ignore. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. And then in here, we just need like an on mouse down and an on mouse up also. I think it's... There's just such weird things that can go wrong with that, of like, is an up and an exit, are you gonna get an up? Like, and then in this world, we just want data to be and I could do this with one variable, but then I have to like continue checking it. So we need to do something that's like if data.start painting what does that want to know? Let's just always do that. And return. Or just whatever, just make it a bunch of else's. Else if data stop painting that doesn't need a parameter. Else paint. So this shouldn't be a raycast hit here. We just want to know the coordinates. So paint I don't know if this is going to be right. Both of these then need to change their to result.texture coordinates. Result.texture coordinates. Oops. Okay, how does that seem? That kind of seems like it's a thing that makes sense. And then in this case, it's going to be we'll get the coordinates and we'll populate them here. Okay, let's see if we broke normal painting. That seems to work. So can we paint from a WebSocket? Looks broken. Looks like errors. What's wrong? Oh. Well, that's just wrong. It's just not correct. Okay, more errors. Wait, I just fixed it. We really only want to send this like only do this if we're painting. Oops. Okay, seems like I got some data. Or like I'm getting data over here. Definitely doesn't seem like it's working. So what did we forget? So in this land, I guess first check some of these things. Oh. So I'm not getting the start painting, right? I feel like I'm causing problems with the WebSocket stuff. Okay, so you're doing stuff. So we're sending things. Stop painting, start painting. It's hard to know if that serialization is doing its business. Oh no, data. Right. False all the way down. So I wonder what it's actually looking like. So I shouldn't have taken out the log here. Leave that. Okay. Well, Oh, did I do something really silly? I sure did. Look at the amazing thing I did. Pretty good. Pretty good. I didn't actually send the data. Cool. I gotta stop painting. But I didn't get to start painting? Okay, I gotta start painting. And it's creating layers. Ooh, look, I can paint on the web. Okay, so the problem is... Yeah, I seem to remember this. So it's upside down, which is part of the issue. Okay, so let's fix that on the client side. No, here, because we want 1 minus. Okay, that'll fix one thing, maybe. And then I'd probably want to send the brush also. The thing is that these people would not see it on the screen unless I also added, like, I'd have to add all this drawing stuff to, I don't think I really want to do that. Like, I'd have to add the drawing stuff to the client side as well, you know, for people to see it on their phone. Don't think I really want to bother with. But I will consider it. Okay, life is yours. You can, let me send you this link. You can vandalize. So it's normalized to the window size, so you'll want to make the window the size, you know, roughly 2:1. That's me. Pretty weird to watch. I mean, you'll have no idea if your drawing is working because you won't see it for a few seconds, right? It would not be that hard to add the drawing on the client side. It would be a pretty easy thing. We could do it really quickly, like even with P5. We could even send the color in, randomize the color on the client side, send it over, or not even care about the client side color. We could have the wallpaper there. Life is yours. Where are you when I need you? You're gone. Gone, long gone. Sad. Wait, you sent me another something? What did you send me? Something else on Discord? Ooh, a spray can. Oh, look at your sick modeling skills. You understand that I would want to do it myself, though, for my own art project, right? Like, it would feel weird for me to use somebody else's assets. That's a nice looking can, though. Very stylish. See, look at you have these skills because you modeled the bee. It was worth it. It was worth it to model the bee. Are you drawing? Did you draw? Try to draw. That was weird. My drawing broke. Oh, it's also, I just realized something else. You have errors? Wait, I just saw you. I see you drawing. I just realized we can't. Oh, that's annoying. Ah, man. Well. Look at your beautiful drawing. I want to watch you draw in VR. and then I'll explain why I probably won't actually want to do any of this. Look at your beautiful drawing. Okay, you draw, and I'm going to paint over your drawings. I forgot how. I need this machine. Clean up this mess. This mess. Got Norwegians painting all over my walls. Outrageous. The last thing I need. So I am doing something goofy where you only really see the top 50%. I think that would require changing the textures around. So I don't want to do that. Kind of cool to watch you draw though. I'm into that. You writing Draklin? Beautiful Draklin tag. Where is Draklin? Why isn't he here to enjoy it? Very nice. I am doing this so inefficiently though, like I wonder how many layers I can get before it just explodes. Like I'm trying to think of a way that I could do this that is not so insane. Because right now I'm just generating a giant texture every time. Like every paint stroke is a huge texture. Thank you for testing. I appreciate that. But like, look at all these giant 2K textures. I'm just gonna run out of video memory eventually. Can I even see that in here? See it in the profiler. Even on my 1080. Which is struggling. I'm only getting 50 frames per second now. Oof. Oh no, child out of bounds. What happened? Broken. I wonder why that is. Can I not extrude 1024? Because it's big, and when you're standing in front of it, it even already seems pretty low resolution. It just doesn't look as good. But the real answer to this is probably, okay, a couple questions here. One, does this work? Yeah, I can, okay. So a few problems. Problem number one, currently the remote person is like seen as a person. In other words, all remote people drawing simultaneously are seen to be drawing on the same layer. I would have to have some sort of UUID and then figure out, like, maintain on my end who is drawing what. Yeah, the dragging out thing is, well, yeah, but the dragging out thing is the whole point. Even though it doesn't work very well. That's like that is the whole aim of this art project, is that notion. The extrusion part. Now another option would be probably I don't even know how I would do this exactly. I kind of know how I would do it. This might be even more insane. That you would draw you'd draw triangle strips, like you'd actually draw geometry. So as you painted and drew, you would be drawing strips of geometry. That would end up with a lot of geometry, but the geometry could be batched. It'd almost be like you were drawing a line renderer and you draw a bunch of line renderers all over the place. And then when they flew off the wall, they could like come off the wall in layers. Problem with that is you'd have to actually have a little bit of physical depth. Draklin, where have you been? How come the socket is so slow? Are you sure the socket's slow and it's just not the delay? I mean, the socket seems really fast for me. Dracklin, a mysterious Norwegian person spray painted your name on my wall. It was vandalism. Well, I have the low latency mode on, so I should be able to see chit chat pretty quick. Oh, I see what you're saying. You felt like the socket delay was super slow. I mean, I guess it could be, because it's, who knows where glitch is. I mean, this is not a distributed thing, so it's wherever that WebSocket server is, we both have to talk to it. It didn't even draw anything? Did I break it? Could be that I broke it. I mean, mine seems almost instantaneous, even going through glitch, like almost instantaneous. Okay, so let me think about this. This whole idea of other people being able to draw on the wall is such a can of worms. It's such a can of worms in terms of maintaining all the state of all of the people, of doing all the client side stuff to show the drawing. Like, I don't know if I want to... How slow the strokes were? I thought you were just being so methodical. Like, I don't actually... I'm thinking for the show, I don't actually want to do that thing. Keep it simple. There's another possibility here that I could imagine. So the sizes of these render textures are all huge, but I could do a thing that when you finished drawing, I just kind of cut out the part that you drew and only had a texture of that size. And then figured out the offsets, but that's still a texture per piece of art. Yeah, you're probably right. I probably, at least for this thing, don't want to do the networked piece. Because this is probably going to be a pretty small, simple show. Like, I don't know if it's really worth the effort. Maybe I will add some networky thing to one of the other ones, but this one in particular, since it's kind of stateful, I don't want to worry about that. Versus like something where you could just tap and make sparkles happen or whatever. Once you get up there in the layers, there's definitely some performance problems. So one easy option for that is to make like layers a deliberate thing, like where you have to actively pick a new layer, or only when a new brush happens does a new layer happen, just to reduce the numbers of layers. Because right now if you're just scribbling and going up and down and whatever, you'll end up making a bunch of layers without ever meaning to. Now the truly efficient way to do it, let's just think through that, would be geometry. And then how would you know the UVs if you just drew a blob? I think you wouldn't. I think you'd have to do like triangle strips, which would be a ton of geometry, but could be pretty efficient. Now the turns on that stuff gets a little weird, but is not impossible to figure out. I've done that a little bit with 3JS. I've never done it in Unity. You'd almost want to have something where you had like you'd allocate, you'd create a mesh of whatever, I don't know, say 10,000 vertices. And then you would, as someone drew, like continually, like you'd start out by drawing no vertices. When someone clicked, you would draw 4 vertices to draw that triangle, and then as they continued, you'd sort of continually, you know, extend out that triangle strip, and at the end of it, you'd always have the end of the thing. The doubling back over yourself, though, would get pretty weird. Like Unity might not want to draw that very well. The maintaining your position, the hardest part of that would probably be like knowing where to show the brick pieces. Not impossible, but not great. But yeah, that's probably like the actually nice way to do it. The cutting out the smaller pieces would definitely be easier. As long as, you know, if people are just drawing in kind of isolated areas, there's no reason to have the huge texture. I don't think I want to get into that for this show. I think if anything, I will just find a way to reduce the number of layers that are happening. And then probably just have a max number of layers and just say like, when you hit layer 51 or whatever, you just start drawing on, like that layer bumps to the top and you draw on it. Like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Something like that. Draclin, are you still there? Are you gone? Where's your smoothie bowl? The networking part's pretty fun though. Draclin, do you want to draw on the wall? Eating your bowl? Where's the picture of your bowl? Put it on Discord. I need to see this bowl. I want to know about how cold your teeth are. I want to know every detail. Oh man, those look great. Are they both yours, or is one for your wife? Those are some beautiful bowls. Good job. Nicely done. Frozen strawberries, blueberries, bananas, almond milk. That's a good smoothie base. Nice work. Excellent work. How are you feeling about it? I feel like these would be good on hot Phoenix days, right? Okay, we've been on this project for 4 hours. What have we accomplished? We ported it over to lightweight render pipeline. We got VR input working, and then for like the last half hour, we got distracted by adding networking support that I probably don't actually want to use. But maybe I will. But maybe I won't. But maybe I will. But maybe I won't. So the bad news is, like, there's no way I'm gonna get all 4 of these projects in line if I spend this much time. How do you draw? It's very rough right now, but go to this website. Let me throw it in chat again. And then you should be able to draw, and I can draw with my mouse. Oh, look, that's you. Is that you? You don't actually see the drawing on your end. Wow. Ooh, that was weird to be extruded when you started drawing. The scale's goofy. I think you're only drawing on the top half of a rectangular thing at the moment. And then I will try to clean up your mess. Why is my hand not tracking? So careful and deliberate. Beautiful work. What is this? What's going on here? How am I getting the same color over and over? Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna crash my computer. How many layers is this? So we're down to like... So even with headset on, how are we doing? 50 frames per second, not great. How many, am I maintaining this? Paint layers? How many paint layers do we have? 67 paint layers. How could I optimize this in a way that wouldn't be a huge hassle? Wow! It looks cool when they explode, though. Could be that like every 30 seconds the stuff just flew off the wall or something. Like it was just sort of self-cleaning. Like it would occasionally, things would just sort of float away. Are you writing inappropriate things? I can't tell what anything says. It's a lot of textures. Ooh. I'm gonna run out of video memory. When is that gonna happen? System memory. Texture memory. Got a gig of textures. I mean, they're relatively small textures. They are one channel. Right? Is that true? Did I make these one channel? I feel like they could probably be even more efficient. You wrote suck at Trebek. Very nice. Fine artwork. Okay, so a paint layer is what? It is a render texture that is red 8. So one 8-bit channel. I know what it is. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. Okay. So yeah, it's a one channel. $2K render texture, which we are not using half of. So that's an enormous waste. You could imagine some version of this where you used instead a 4-channel render texture and did a different drawing in each channel, and then you could batch together every 4 drawings. What is the truly... probably the truly right way to do this is to try to do it. It's not running. Let me start it. Do it all with geometry. That just sounds like not easy. I mean, you could almost do it with a million little sprites of different colors. Would that be crazy? A million quads? Whoa, what just happened? Your script out of control? So it's a square canvas, but it's only the top 50%. So you probably want to keep your Y range 0 to 0.5, I think. You're connecting the dots? Very nice. What's the right way to do this? I really want... I'm starting to actually wonder if it would be more efficient just to have a million quads. and go crazy with geometry instead of in textures, because geo, all of that stuff could be instanced. How weird would that be if these were all basically the same mesh with the same material? How hard would that be to try? And then a paint layer would really just be a parent for a million little sprite quads. I think if you have instancing on, it would be okay. The only thing that would be just different is like a per instance color. Oh, actually, I don't even know. I don't know at all if you can do instancing with shader stuff made with the shader graph. Enable GPU instancing is a thing. So does that mean I could go in here and say that color is how could I do that? Can color be that's what I would have to do, right? Like how could I even do that? How could I say that color is a per instance thing? Did your thing work? I see a blue line and a kind of blue-green line. Indicator element. Uh-oh. That's a heat error. You got a heat error? Did you break heat? Wait, no, indicator element. That's bot made this, right? How are you getting an indicator element error? Unless I just accidentally left some bot made this code in there. On what are you what are you looking at? Are you looking at the painting dude? The painting machine? The Unity WS indicator element. Oh, I guess I just deleted it. That was a way to know if you were connected. I think I threw it away. What is my computer seems very unhappy with whatever's going on over here. Ah, wait. Draclin. You're about to crash my computer. My computer's about to crash, I think. 5 frames per second. Can I actually scroll up enough to see how many layers you've created? Okay, you've created 1,700 layers. Okay, I have to stop this because my computer is about to die. Try to not start and stop so much if you can, because every time you start and stop, it creates a new layer currently. I saw something go on. Something went down there. Hey, look at that. Look at these beautiful loops. Is this going to turn into someone's genitals? Okay, yeah. Indicator element was just leftover code from pasting over. How can we do this, ladies and gentlemen? Like, the intersecting geometry is what I would be worried about. So I would worry about ending up with something like... so if I had a quad, and then... And I would want this just to be... Oh, no, this is going to be... not impossible, but this would be a pain in the butt to get the wall to line up properly. Would definitely be a hassle. Not a major problem. Like, you'd figure out the UV coordinates. It's a solvable problem. But it would kind of suck. And this would be simple lit. And it would have the paint stamp, and it would be transparent. Like, I wonder how many of these I could draw before everything exploded. This is beautiful painting. Your house is being painted over. Ooh, polka dots. Very nice. Your house is ruined. I'm sorry. Dragon's destroyed your house. It looks like a nice Roy Lichtenstein now. So if I had 1,000,000 quads, what would that be like? I wonder how many quads I could get away with. Excuse me. Pardon me. Whoops. Because these are all... That's like 69... Oops. All right, we got all these quads. Like 400 just to draw this. Not great, but enable GPU instancing. That makes that like 1 draw call. 2 draw calls. So that is a thing. That is a thing to consider. Even though it sounds crazy. Batch all these together. Figure out how to have the normal map work. Which shouldn't be too hard. It would just be figuring out... I'd need separate coordinates for the normal map, so maybe I can't do that in the simple lit. Like, that would be kind of the most annoying piece of this. Does the normal lit? I mean, it doesn't have separate. I need a separate offset for the normal map, basically. Quad sounds like what you'd call the kid in class you bullied. That's my new nickname. Quad. Wait, somebody raided last night named Quad. Always quads? Okay, I gotta stop streaming soon. I'm going for 4.5 hours. Draculin's making a beautiful Liechtenstein-esque work of art. I'm trying to decide how crazy this would be. I guess I could also do like a multiply blending mode. No, it wouldn't work. Receive shadows, alpha clipping. Oh no, Draculin bullied your kids by destroying their house. That's quite lovely though. It looks like some sort of, it looks like clown pants or something. Or like a bus. There's your house. Look, your house is still there. Don't worry. How would I deal with this normal map stuff? I would have to make my own lit shader and pass the normal map stuff. So is that okay? Does that still count for per instance stuff? Like if I mess with that? Unity shader graph. I know the shader can do it, but I want the whole strategy here would be to not break the batching. So I would need that to be per instance stuff. So I don't know in the shader graph how you can do. We'll be adding instancing to the master node soon. Well, that was in. What? GPU instancing is supported in shaders. Slide 39, GPU instancing. Yeah, okay, but how do I say what data is gonna be per instance data? Like, how do I say that my colors are, so for example, so right now, what are our batches at? Our batches are, save by batching is 416. So if I turn this off, that should go down by 1. Now if I change color here, is that okay? Is it smart enough? Did this actually work? Doesn't really look like the color I said it should be. They still look black. Why is that? Well, what I would need to do, if I'm going to try to have a million quads and some quad is down in the corner here, I need texture coordinates for the texture that I want, which is the spray paint splat. But if I want it to still look like it's painted on the wall like these do, I need to know the offset coordinates for the offset texture coordinates to match the wall to the world space offset of that, which is a solvable problem. But if you change the parameters of your shader, normally that would mean that you were no longer batching, unless it's just smart enough by default to say that color is, break per instance. Like if I turn on instancing here, yeah. What a weird thing. Why did it break that bad when I only turned off? I turn off like one of these. If I don't instance, oh, that's the shared material. I got it. But maybe it is smart enough. Oh, it's not. Of course not. This is just the material. This is going to change everything. Right. Like this is just going to change every single thing. We'd have to do the per instance stuff. That's a whole different can of worms. So that wouldn't break instancing. I need some way, like the set property block thing. Got that error? What error did you get? So the thing about the GPU instancing is you have to have like, whatever it is, GPU instancing, Unity, property. You have to say like, hey, these certain properties are like when you declare color as an instance property, Unity will gather color values from the material property block set on the game objects, put them in a single draw call. But I don't know how that works with, or if it works with shader graph shaders. Like, I don't even know where you'd set that really. Like, I don't know really what you would, how you would say, hey, instance one thing and not another. I just don't even know. Like, I sort of want to say like, hey, color, you are instanced. Because I don't know, let's look at the code. So here's the code for this shader. So it's not out yet? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. You mean the lightweight render pipeline error or the WebSocket error? What? What are you talking about? I think Dracklin's destroying my computer again because I can hear the fan on. The error from the socket? That wasn't a socket error, that was an HTML error. The indicator thing? Oh, instancing? Maybe not. Maybe not. Even though it said 2018 or whatever. Or that post was from 2018. How many layers do we have? Only 38. Okay, it was just showing the code that was so slow. So here is... Yeah, that's not a WebSocket error. It's just that I have some code in there looking for to set the indicator light. Like it should still work. I mean, I can fix it quickly. The only place it was? It's here? Did I remove it from the other place? Okay, maybe that works. I don't know. I'm not very interested in supporting this fake thing at the moment. So the thing that we want though is, how does that work? It's like, because in the shader you have to say something fancy. Yeah, like instancing buffer start. So we could try to see. Instancing is on because it gives you that option, but like, oops. Instancing on. Well, it looks like it does some amount of stuff for you. Does that mean that color is possible? Like Unity define instanced property? I don't know if it's different. Well, that wouldn't be the right thing, you know. That would be before. This is not, wouldn't be representative because this would be, this is after compile, so these things would be like exploded out into whatever they are. So it breaks for you every time? What browser are you using? It breaks for Chrome? I mean, that was working okay for me in Chrome. Oh, Netscape, Firefox? I only support Chrome. I support these other broken browsers. Okay. Well, it was working for me. Why are you distracting me with this? Let's see. Draw, 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 Chrome, Chrome, Chrome. It works. Okay, so what are we actually trying to do here? We are trying to figure something out. And the thing we're trying to figure out is if we think that colors are instance in here. So to know how to do that is kind of annoying because that's the shader. But in your code, you have to do this. Like you would do something and then you'd have to get a new material property block and then you would have to set it. So this would set a random color for a bunch of things. Okay, let's try this, because if this works and I can have different colors, then that's probably fine. Now having custom, though, that's probably the whole thing, is I would guess that like having custom values would not be possible. And if I can't have custom values, I don't, excuse me, I don't know how I would do this. Because in the normal, let's like a cheat and use, because I only get one set of UV coordinates to mess with. Well, maybe I could ignore those for the I mean, that's even assuming that those are also, seems like they are. Text chord 0. I'm making assumptions here, but I'm assuming that is instancing related. It's so crazy how long these compiled shaders are with all the variants. Ludicrous. So maybe that means that color is, but my totally custom shader, gave me the option to check instancing. So like, how? It's gonna be sad to have one monitor. Sneak a few more in your suitcase. So I want like custom instancing, custom. It's like doesn't seem to take me to the place I'm supposed to. Not very useful stuff here. I need to go eat some food. I needed a widescreen. I don't know, man. These two monitors are pretty wide. It's pretty wide. Yeah, I guess if I wrote custom shaders, but I mean, I was trying to use the shader graph on this. Definitely spent a lot of time getting the shader graph to work. They are simple shaders. I could just go back. That'd be a little bit annoying, but... Should be able to use material property blocks with shader graph materials. We now wrap properties with cbuffer macros. So does that mean I can just automatically do this with shader graph materials? So I could just mess with color? So then I would just make a shader graph shader. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call it. I'm getting too hung up in this. You have two related YouTubers? I thought it was gonna click that, and your two favorite YouTubers were gonna be Jake Paul and Logan Paul. And you were gonna be like, I can't believe that Jake Paul and Logan Paul are actually related. What a shock. Blender Guru and currently Hannah. How come I'm not your favorite YouTuber? You're hurting my feelings. Okay. Well, I spent almost 5 hours, and I don't know that we really made a lot of progress, which does not bode well for trying to get all of these projects done in the next week, right? So the optimizing of this, I think I'm not going to worry about. We're going to try to make it look a little better. We're going to try to make it where we allocate layers a little more rarely, and we're going to try to make it cool when we explode everything, so people can paint for a while, and then it will just explode. And then maybe we'll revisit it. I don't know. We just got to get some kind of version of this done. I never post on YouTube. I upload every one of these streams to YouTube. Oh, you think you like run out of paint? Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I gotta think about it some more. We made some progress here, but I really should have been like done with this in 5 hours, because I'm not gonna have a ton of time this week. I'm only gonna have like 2 hours a night, maybe 2 or 3 hours a night. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll work on it more tonight. I need to get up and walk around while the sun is still out and while it's still lovely. Life is yours. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Draclin, thanks for stopping by, as always. Thanks for your help and attention in testing this thing. I don't know what to do. Maybe next stream we'll just try to really quickly get Room with a View done, just so we can be like, one thing is done. The sun dude is almost done too. I don't know. I've meandered too much today. I got too distracted. I blame Life is Yours, as always. What kind of router do you have? I'm pretty pleased with my Google Wi-Fi router, fellow. Heat is happening. So weird to see light in my room. It's usually so dark in here. A nice mask. Okay, I think I'm done. We made like an hour's worth of progress in 5 hours. It's awesome. Have a lovely evening. We will talk soon. Goodbye.